بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
Where did we leave off last time? I don't remember. Also forgot my book.
I think we start from تعريف طريق الاستعارة today.
Okay. Let's do that. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and begin. So, yeah, is any of you mind reading?
بسم الله. تفسير الاستعارة إلى نوعين. اعلم أن الاستعارة في أحكام الشرع مطردة بطريقين، أحدهما لوجود الاتصال بين العلة والحكم، والثاني لوجود الاتصال بين السبب المحض والحكم.
Okay, so the word isti'ara, if you're studying like if you're studying balagha, there's some nuanced differences between the word majaz and the word isti'ara. But when it comes to usul al-fiqh, the word isti'ara is going to have effectively the same meaning as majaz. So the word majaz and the word isti'ara are going to have the same meaning. And so what we're talking about here as we start off, we're getting into this conversation of when can we so this chapter, what we're going to cover is when can you use the majaz word when you actually mean the haqiqah, and when can you use haqiqah when you actually mean majaz. That's what this chapter is going to talk about. And we're going to relate this back to usul terms. So anyway, so the chapter is about use of majaz for haqiqah and use of haqiqah for majaz. And so it starts off with تقسيم الاستعارة إلى نوعين. There's two types of isti'ara. The first one is the one that finds a connection between the illa and the hukum. And the second one is that there's a connection between the sabab, mahad, and the hukum. What do we mean by all of this? Okay. So whenever we're talking about a hukum, the hukum is the conclusion or the outcome of something. The hukum is the conclusion, the outcome, it's the result, it's the thing that you've reached, it's the consequence, it's the effect. I don't know if I repeated myself there, but it's what you get to. Okay, that's the final conclusion. How you get to that hukum is there can be many sababs, there can be many means that enable you to get there. And then there's an illah. So what's the difference between sabab and illah? Have you guys studied this before at all? Sabab and illah? Okay. So a sabab is a means that you use to get to the outcome, but the illah is the main, it's like the main means, I want to call it that. It's the primary mechanism. So, okay, we'll give some examples of this. But when we're looking at the hukum or the outcome or the consequence or the conclusion or the effect or whatever you want to call it, with respect to the cause. If the cause was a sabab, then that hukum is going to be called a musabbab. The sabab led you to the musabbab. Okay? And if we think about it in terms of illah, then the hukum is going to be called the ma'lul. So for any given thing, any given action that I'm doing, there may be sababs and there may be an illah. If I'm going to think about it from the perspective of the sabab, it's just another way to call the hukum or the conclusion or the outcome. I can give it many different names, right? I just gave it many names. I called it an effect. I called it an outcome. I called it a result. Called it a conclusion. I called it an achievement, whatever it is that you've reached. If you're looking at it from the perspective of what was the sabab, then that hukum is going to be called musabbab. If you're going to be looking at it from the perspective of illah, then it's going to be called the ma'lul. Okay, any questions so far in the terminology?
Sheikh, you're probably going
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
explain this. But in terms of, are you saying that musabbab and ma'lum have the possibility of being the same thing? Because you said that the illah is okay.
Yeah. So I may reach the same conclusion or the same destination, and I might have reached it through an illah, and I might have reached it through a sabab at the same time. And so this, from the perspective of, to name that conclusion, I'm going to call it musabbab from the perspective of the fact that there was a sabab to it, and I'm going to call it ma'lul from the perspective of the fact that there was an illah for it. It's the same thing I reached. So an example would be, I drove to IOK this morning. Does anyone know what the illah was for me to come to IOK? The illah was driving, okay? The illah is the thing that directly got me from my house to IOK. That was the main activity or the main thing that got me to IOK. It was driving. But while I was driving, I drove on a highway. I drove on multiple highways. Those highways were sababs. I also happened to turn on the traffic function in my car. Like I just hit the IOK button and it showed me a path and showed me like red and forget what color it is. It shows that, like, it shows the path and shows how much traffic there is. That was part of the sabab as well, because I used that. It was part of the means. The car was a means. The highway was a means. There's a lot of different means that were utilized. So from that perspective, all of those things were sababs for me to get to IOK, but my driving was the illah. Similarly, if I was to walk somewhere, the pathway would be a sabab, but my walking would be the illah. If I was to use a bucket and I put it on a rope and I put it down a well and I use a pulley to lower the rope down and then I pull it back up with water, okay? Getting the water is the outcome. The bucket is the illah. That's the main thing that pulled the water up. And in order to get the bucket down, I needed to use some means. So I used the rope. So the rope is a sabab. So there can be many such examples of sabab and illah. And you might be like, well, how do you tell the difference between the two, right? With practice. So you go through many, many, many examples, and then you're able to differentiate between what is the main effective cause, the legal cause, the primary cause. I have a few other examples, that's what I just pulled out, because I want to talk you through a few more examples, okay? So again, the walking was the illah, the path was the sabab. The driving was the illah, the highway was the sabab. The bucket was the illah, the rope was the sabab. Why do we care about this? The reason we care about this is this has fiqh implications. This has fiqh implications. So let's say I have a stable with a horse in it. And you went in to go visit the horse and pet the horse and feed the horse and see the horse. And then you accidentally left the gate of the stable open. Okay. If you were to take a guess, what was the sabab for the horse leaving the stable and what was the illah for the horse leaving the stable? Yeah, the gate was left open and the horse bolted out. So go ahead, Zainab.
The illah is the door being left open.
Actually, the sabab is the door being left open. The illah is the horse choosing to run out and the horse running out on its own. Okay. Let's say.
So is the sabab like the trigger? And the illah is the what happens as a result?
The sabab's not a trigger because the sabab enables it to happen, but the door could have just been open to begin with. Like it doesn't have to be a trigger.
Like like the door being open made the horse.
It didn't make the horse. The horse decided to run out. That's the point. It allowed the horse. It was a means. If I can't drive on the highway, if I can't walk on a pathway that's designed to come to IOK, let's say I'm walking from like 2 miles away, there's not a nice road, I can still walk here. It just won't be, I won't have a good sabab, but I'll still have the illah to be able to walk here. If I hand a knife to a child and the child kills himself with that knife, what's the sabab and what's the illah? Just because I left the stable open doesn't mean the horse is going to run out. Okay, the horse running out, the horse ran out. That was the illah. I gave a knife to a child and the child uses it to kill himself because it's just a child, doesn't know what he's doing. What's the sabab, what's the illah?
So the sabab is the knife and the illah is the child?
The sabab is me giving the child a knife and the illah is the child like doing the killing of himself. Okay?
Is there any element of thought or intentionality that determines the illah? So if somebody does something mindlessly, does that matter? Like if it wasn't an intention, right?
Yeah, it's still the illah. The child didn't do it intentionally. The child didn't mean to kill himself. I have $1,000 of ziyan with me, and I have it at my house. And Zainab comes to my house and says, "Where's Ziyan's money?" And I point to the $1,000, and she grabs it, steals it, and runs. What's the sabab for the theft, and what's the illah? Just apply the same logic. The sabab is going to be me pointing to the money, and the illah is Zainab stealing the money. Just because I pointed to the money doesn't mean she's going to steal it, right? Her taking it, that's the theft, that's the illah. Okay? So anyway, I'm not here to make you experts on figuring out the sabab versus the illah. It's not going to happen. I just want to make clear that rulings have sababs and they have illahs. And what we're talking about here is sometimes the illah, like the isti'ara, the metaphor, the majazi thing that you're doing, you can do it because there's a connection between the illah in the hukum and between the sabab and the hukum. And here it says sabab mahad. Why is it referring to that? Why doesn't it just say sabab? Because sometimes what happens is, this is why it's confusing. There's a lot of confusing stuff here, but this is one piece why it's confusing. Is sometimes we use the word sabab to mean illah. And so just to make it clear that that's not what we mean here, we're talking about the sabab that's not the illah, okay? We are saying bayna sabab al-mahad wal hukm. Okay, we're making it clear this is a sabab that is not in illah. And the reason, I mean, the way I want you to think about it is this, okay? And I'd have to think of an example in our custom in English, and I don't know if I will come up with an example, but the basic idea is sometimes something happens, and instead of describing what happened, you describe the cause for it. But you're talking about what happened, but instead of referring to what happened, you're referring to the cause. That's what we're talking about in this chapter, is instead of describing the actual thing, sometimes you refer to the cause. Like you might say, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think of an example. I should probably think of an example, but I don't have one off the top of my head. Maybe you guys can come up with one. Yeah. Okay. So there could be connection between the illah and the hukum. We said that in that case, the hukum is going to be called ma'lul. There can be connection between the sabab and the hukum. In that place, the hukum is going to be called musabbab. And now we're going to go into the rules of how this works. Okay. حكم النوع الأولي.
فالأول منهما يوجب صحة الاستعارة من الطرفين.
And let's do of نوع الثاني.
حكم النوع الثاني والثاني يوجب صحتها من أحد الطرفين وهو استعارة الأصل للفرع.
Okay. So where's the hukum here? Okay. Here's the fundamental idea. We're saying, we're talking about when can you figuratively refer to the cause when you actually mean the effect, right? فالأول منهما يوجب صحة الاستعارة من الطرفين. So because the illah and the ma'lul are so tightly connected, because the ma'lul cannot be achieved without the illah, and the illah cannot happen without resulting in the ma'lul. They're so tightly connected. Like if I'm walking, I will reach a destination. And if I reach the destination, I must have walked, right? The two are so connected to each other. Whether there's a path or not a path, there's a map or not a map, there's a GPS or not a GPS, whether I took the long way or the short way, whether someone gave me directions or didn't give me directions, there can be lots of sababs, right? But the illah and the ma'lul are very tightly connected because the illah resulted in the ma'lul, and the ma'lul had to happen when the illah took place. You know, we say that when the illah is found, the hukum is found, right? I don't know, have you heard that expression? Every time the illah is found, the hukum is found. And sometimes the expression is said as the hukum cannot be found unless the illah is found. Okay, so both are true. The illah and the ma'lul are so tightly connected. And because of this tight connection, what you can do is you can actually mention the word for the illah to refer to the ma'lul. And you can use the word for the ma'lul to refer to the illah. Both you could go one direction, or you can go the other direction. I can use the illah to refer to the again. This is not that the illah became the ma'lul or the ma'lul became the illah. That's not what we're talking about. That's not what I'm saying at all. The illah resulted in the ma'lul. Okay, that's always the case. The illah results in the ma'lul. The sabab results in the musabbab. But because the illah and the ma'lul are so tightly coupled together, figuratively, when I'm speaking, I can speak about the ma'lul in a figurative way, in a metaphorical way, by referring to the illah. Or I could speak about the illah by referring to the ma'lul. Does the concept sort of make sense before we do any examples? Like we'll go to examples, but does the concept make sense? فالأول منهما, the hukum on when you have the illah in the hukum is يوجب صحة الاستعارات. It's correct to do a metaphorical swap, like refer to the illah with the ma'lul or the ma'lul with the illah, من الطرفين, from both sides, from illah to ma'lul and ma'lul to illah. Okay? حكم النوع الثاني. The second type was the one where the sabab resulted in the musabbab. والثاني يوجب صحتها من أحد الطرفين وهو استعارة الأصل للفرع. Okay, so again, the relationship between the sabab and musabbab is not as tight as the relationship between the illah and ma'lul. So metaphorically, I can refer to the musabbab by talking about the sabab. Okay, because the sabab did enable me to get to the musabbab, right? The sabab allowed me to get to the musabbab. So I took the path from home to I took a particular highway. It got me here. Was that the illah? It wasn't the illah, it was sabab. But I can talk about the path metaphorically when I trying to refer to the fact that I got to I. Okay? But what I cannot do is go in reverse. Is I got to I, and what I mean is the path. I can't go into reverse because I got to I, I could have come from another path. So because of that, you can only go in one direction, as in you can only refer to the musabbab by talking about the sabab and not the other way around. Okay, that's the rule. Well, those are the two rules. One of them goes both directions, one of them goes one direction. So let's go through examples.
مثال الأول فيما إذا قال إن ملكت عبدا فهو حر فملك نصف العبد فباعه ثم ملك النصف الآخر لم يعتق إذ لم يجتمع في ملكه كل العبد.
Okay, let's leave it there and cover that part. Okay, so if I end up owning something, like I own this phone, okay, I own this phone, right? What are some different ways I could have come into ownership of this phone?
Buying it.
Okay, I mean, there could be gifting, there could be loaning, there could be inheritance, there could be 100 things, right? Maybe not 100, but there's a variety of different things. But maybe the most common one is that I purchased the phone. So if I purchased the phone, I became its owner. We all understand that part, right? I purchased the phone, therefore I became its owner. I became its owner is the hukum. It's the ma'lul. How did I become its owner?
You purchased it.
I purchased it. Me purchasing it is what?
The illah.
The illah. Thank you. Okay. I purchased it. I became the owner. So now when I refer to me owning the phone, I can mention it as like, oh, I purchased it, and then you'll know I own it, right? Or I can say I own the phone, and by default you'll think I purchased it. Like that's how we can use it back and forth, and we when we mean one thing or we mean the other. Okay, that's it's really as simple as that. So we can go back and forth because the illah results in the ma'lul, and the ma'lul was a result of the illah. Okay, but now we're gonna get a little bit tricky because all the examples in this chapter are like unnecessarily complicated and tricky, but it is what it is. فيما إذا قال إن ملكت عبدا فهو حر. So somebody says, if I own عبدا, how would you translate عبدا?
Slave.
Yeah, so I would say either a slave, but if you want to be very, very technical and accurate, you could say one slave, right? Abadan would be one slave. Like Allah says in the Quran, the kafara, but for many things is fatahriru raqabatin. Raqabatin means what? A slave, but like it's exactly one slave, right? You have to free one slave. So here, if I own a slave, but from a technical perspective, I want you to think like an usuli. Because from an awam perspective, you're going to read and you're going to say, if I say translate this, you're going to translate it as, if I end up owning a slave, then that slave will be free, right? If I end up owning a slave, that slave will be free. That's not an exact translation, but that's the idea here. But if you're thinking like an usul al-fiqh person, then the way you want to think about it, and that's how this example is going to work, is if I owned one slave, then the slave will be free. Okay. فملك نصف العبد فباعه ثم ملك النصف الآخر لم يعتق. So I say if I own a slave, the slave will be free. Then I go buy half a slave and I sell that half. Then I go buy the other half. Is the slave free? It says lam yu'taq, but why? Why is the slave not free?
Because the slave was not in his ownership, or the whole of the slave.
Because the entire slave was never in ownership. So even though I bought half and then I bought half, those were at separate times. So I was never owning one slave, right? And ownership is something that has to happen at a snapshot in time. Like I own one slave versus buying is something I can buy half and then I can buy half and you can say, oh yeah, you've bought the whole thing. Okay. So because it says إذ لم يجتمع في ملكه كل العبد, right? Like you never owned the entire slave. So the slave will not be free. You owned, because he said in malaktu, if I own. You never owned the whole. You owned half, and then you owned half. So the slave will not be free. ولو قال
ولو قال إن اشتريت عبدا فهو حر فاشترى نصف العبد فباعه ثم اشترى النصف الآخر عتق النصف الثاني.
Yeah, so if I say, if I purchase a slave, then he will be free. And then I buy half the slave, and then I sell it, and then I buy the other half, that second half is going to become free. Because what I said was if I purchase a slave, and I did end up purchasing a slave. So because I bought half, I sold it, and then I bought the other half. So purchasing is something that you can like add up over time. I can say, oh, I bought half and I bought half. Even though I sold the first one, I can add those up. Whereas ownership is something that if I say I own a slave, the ownership all has to happen at one point in time. Purchasing can happen in installments. It can happen at separate times. That's the idea. I know it's a weird example. Okay. Now, let's continue. ولو على
ولو عنى بالملك الشراء أو بالشراء الملك صحت نيته بطريق المجاز، لأن الشراء علة الملك والملك حكمه، فعمت الاستعارة بين العلة والمعلول من الطرفين، إلا أنه فيما يكون تخفيفا في حقه لا يصدق في القضاء، خاصة لمعنى التهمة لا لعدم صحة الاستعارة.
Okay, this is why I don't like this example. So ولو عنى بالملك الشراء أو بالشراء الملك صحت نيته بطريق المجاز. So here's the problem. In the first example, we applied the حقيقة meaning, right? We said that I said milk in malaktu abdan fahuwa hurrun. I applied the حقيقة meaning, which is I mentioned ownership in my words. I meant ownership and we applied ownership. The entire sentence, everything we did with that sentence had to do with ownership. So he said, if I own a slave, and then we looked and I never owned an entire slave, and therefore the freeing of the slave didn't happen. In the second statement, we also stuck to the haqiqah. I said, inishtaraitu, if I purchased a slave, and then we noticed that I did end up purchasing half and then another half, and then we applied that. So the entire thing was about purchasing. So in the first case, it was all about ownership. We used the haqiqah meaning, we meant ownership, we didn't mean purchasing. In the second one, we applied the haqiqah meaning, we said purchasing, and we meant purchasing, and we applied purchasing. Okay, so we meant haqiqah and we meant haqiqah. But let's say I didn't mean haqiqah meaning, I meant the majaz meaning. Okay, I meant the majaz meaning. That's why I'm saying وَلَوْ عَنَا بِالْمِلْكِ الشِّرَاء صَحَّتْ نِيَّتُ بِطَرِيقِ الْمَجَاز. Because the shira results in the milk, I could have said shira, but I meant milk. Because shira is the illah for the ma'lul, which is milk, right? And then if I said milk, I could have meant shira, because again, I can go from the ma'lul to the illah, right? Both of those are allowed from a majaz perspective. I can apply both of those. So وَلَوْ عَنَا بِالْمِلْكِ الشِّرَاء أو بِالشِّرَاءِ الْمِلْكِ صَحَّتْ نِيَّتُهُ بِطَرِيقِ الْمَجَاز. What we will do is we will not go with the words that were said. We will go with the niyyah that the person had. So if the person says, إِن مَلَكْتُ عَبْدًا فَهُوَ حُرٌّ, and then they end up like buying half a slave, selling it, and then buying the second half, and they're like, oh, the second slave has to be free now. You would say, yeah, that's fine, because even though you said milk, you meant shira, right? Yeah, I meant shira. Okay, that's not a problem. And then this is how it should have worked, but it's going to get complicated, is what if they said, but they said, and then they purchase a slave to sell that half a slave to sell that half. They purchase the second half, and they say, and you say the slave should be free, and they say, no. I meant in malaktu. My niyyah was malaktu, even though I said shira. Okay, that's what you would say, okay, we will go with your niyyah, but there's a problem. We'll explain the problem in a bit. And the reason it's allowed to go back and forth, لأن الشراء علة والملك حكمه. فعمت الاستعارة بين العلة والمعلول من الطرفين. Okay, so you would have been allowed to do both. But there's one problem with this example. So this example would have been good if we could end there. But this last sentence really messes everything up. Because we're saying you can use haqiqah for majaz, you can use ma'lul for illa and i'la for ma'lul. إلا أنه فيما يكون تخفيفا في حقه لا يصدق في القضاء خاصة لمعنى التهمة لا لعدم صحة الاستعارة. Okay, so from a isti'ara perspective, it's fine to go back and forth. The problem that's going on here is there's an issue of qada. And in issues of qada, the judge has to make a decision. So if what the person says was, إِنِ اشْتَرَيْتُ عَبْدًا فَهُوَ حُرٌّ, but they say, I meant milk, not shira, and they buy half a slave and then they sell it and they buy the second half, the slave can be, hey, look, half of me is going to be free now. And you're going to be like, no, I know I said shira, but I meant milk. Then the slave takes you to court. And when the judge judges this, the judge will always, when there's an issue where there's, the intention could be this or the intention could be that, the judge is going to go by the actual meaning of the words that you said. And the judge is going to say, sorry, we understand that you meant milk, but because you said shira, I'm going to have to side with the slave and half of the slave is going to be free. But there will be no blame on you. Your adala is maintained. You're still a good person. Your integrity is fine. Everything's good. But we just have to side with the slave because there were two options here that could have been built into the word. And we're always going to take the side of, like in situations like this one, we're always going to take the side of the slave. So that's why this whole example gets really messed up. It's like, if you really wanted to give an example, don't give an example where you say you can go from illah to ma'lul and ma'lul to illah and then say, oh, except in this case you can't. That's why there's an explanation. They say, خاصة لمعنى التهمة لا لعدم صحة الاستعارة. See, the metaphor was still valid. It would have worked, except that there's this issue of like the slave being free or not free, and we're always going to side with the slave, and therefore we're going to let the slave be free. Okay, so that's a complicated example. Any questions on that? Because I know it's like complicated. Okay, let's do the example of the second one, the sabab musabbab. ومثال الثاني.
والمثال الثاني إذا قال لامرأته حررتك ونوى به الطلاق يصح لأن التحرير بحقيقته يوجب زوال ملك البضع بواسطة زوال ملك الرقبة فكان سببا محضا لزوال ملك المتعة فجاز أن يستعار عن الطلاق الذي هو مزيل لملك المتعة.
Okay, so this is a situation of sabab musabbab. So remind me, can I use the sabab to refer to the musabbab? And can I use the musabbab to refer to the sabab? Metaphorically.
I don't think so, because you only specified for the illah and ma'lul.
Yeah, so the hukum was for the illah and ma'lul, you can go back and forth. The ruling for the sabab was I can use the sabab to refer to the musabbab, but I can't use the musabbab to refer to the sabab. Okay, so if I say to if I say to my wife, you are free, or I have freed you, I'm using the terminology that would have been used with slavery. So I'm using a metaphorical example. But if I intended with this divorce, that would be okay. Because if, as we know, I have the right, a man has a right to have intimacy with their slaves. And so you have the right to intimacy with the slaves, just like you have a right to intimacy with your wife, right? So it's the same right that exists, whether you have a slave or whether you have a wife. And so if you tell your slave, you are free, or I have freed you, you have given up your right at that point. You've given up and it's gone. You are no longer allowed to have intimacy with them. So if you went to your wife and you said, you are free, you have achieved the same thing. You have said, just like with my slave, I could say you are free. And what I mean is I can no longer have intimacy with you. If I come to you, wife, and I say you are free, I can no longer have intimacy with you, which means that a divorce has taken place. Because what this does is it removes the right to enjoy intimacy. بواسطة زوال ملك الرقبة فكان سببا محضا لزوال ملك المتعة فجاز أن يستعار على الطلاق الذي هو مزيل لملك المتعة. Okay. Let's continue with Jawab. Oh, sorry. Jawab عن السؤال. Oh, okay. First, we have to ask the question, then we have to answer it. Go ahead.
ولا يقال لو جعل مجازا عن الطلاق لوجب أن يكون الطلاق الواقع رجعيا كصريح الطلاق، لأننا نقول لا نجعله مجازا عن الطلاق بل عن المزيل لملك المتعة، وذلك في البائن إذ الرجعي لا يزيل ملك المتعة عندنا.
Okay, so the question that's being asked is when you go up to your wife and you say you are free, and you are using this this terminology that you used with the slave, you are free. What type of divorce did that result in? Does it result in a talaq raj'i, or does it result in a talaq ba'in? So firstly, do you guys know the answer? So what it's saying is, hey, listen, why is so first of all, if you go to your wife and you say you are free, it results in a talaq ba'in. It's an irrevocable divorce, not talaq raj'i, which would be a revocable divorce. So the question becomes, why did this result in a raj'i talaq? Why didn't it just result in, sorry, why did it result in a ba'in talaq? Why didn't it just result in a raj'i talaq? And the answer is, إذا الرجعي لا يزيل ملك المتعة عندنا. Because what happens is, if the words that were used were you are free, what that implies is that I no longer have the right to seek sexual gratification from you. If it was talaq raj'i, as a husband, when a husband gives a wife talaq raj'i, he's able to go and take her back and have intimacy with her, right? But he said you are free, as in I have given up this right. To completely give up that right, it would have to be a talaq ba'in, to be the equivalent to the slave example, where with the slave, the same thing happened, is you completely gave up the right. So talaq raj'i, you would still be able to go take her back, but it has to cut off. And that is why it is talaq ba'in. Okay, let's continue.
لا يثبت الأصل بالفرع، ولو قال لأمته طلقتك ونوى به التحرير لا يصح، لأن الأصل جاز أن يثبت به الفرع، وأما الفرع فلا يجوز أن يثبت به الأصل.
Okay. So remember we said that the sabab can be used to refer to the musabbab, but the musabbab cannot be used to refer to the sabab. So if I go up to my slave girl, وَلَوْ قَالَ لِأَمَتِهِ طَلَّقْتُكِ, I divorce you. And what I mean by it is freedom. It's not going to take effect. It's not going to take effect. So you can go to your wife and say you are free, and that results in divorce. But you cannot go to your slave girl and say you are divorced. I mean, you can say it, but it has no effect. Why? Because the musabbab cannot be used to refer to the sabab. لأن الأصل جاز أن يثبت به الفرع وأما الفرع فلا يجوز أن يثبت به الأصل. You can't go in reverse. وعلى هذا
نقول ينعقد النكاح بلفظ الهبة والتمليك والبيع، لأن الهبة بحقيقتها توجب ملك الرقبة، وملك الرقبة يوجب ملك المتعة في الإماء، فكانت الهبة سببا محضا لثبوت ملك المتعة، فجاز أن يستعار عن النكاح، وكذلك لفظ التمليك والبيع، ولا تنعكس حتى لا تنعقد البيع والهبة بلفظ النكاح.
Okay, so a woman can come to a man and she can say, let's just start at the beginning. وعلى هذا نقول ينعقد النكاح بلفظ الهبة والتمليك والبيع. What we say is that you can do a marriage contract بلفظ الهبة, using the words of gifting, والتمليك or ownership, والبيع, or transaction. So if a woman comes to a man and she says, I gift myself to you, the man can accept and the marriage will be complete. If a woman comes to a man and says, I am going to enter into your ownership so that you own me, he's literally not going to own her, but he says, yes, I accept, then that would complete a marriage. If she says, I sell myself to you, I offer to sell myself to you, and he says, I accept, the marriage will be complete. Because each of these words is a sabab that results in a musabbab, right? How? The word, if I say, I gift myself to you, or let's say, I gift you, Zainab, my phone, then you, Zainab, can take my phone, it becomes in your ownership, and you can enjoy everything you would enjoy on a phone. All the rights of ownership have now been transferred to you, right? I gift you my phone, you get the phone, and you get the right of ownership, and you can do all the normal things that a person might do with a phone. I can't tell you, hey, I'm gifting you this phone, but you can't use it to download a certain app. No, I can't. That's not a gift. It's not a proper gift. So I gift you a phone, it grants you the right of all the gratification you might receive from the phone. So if a woman says to a man, I gift myself to you, she's giving him the right to enjoy whatever he wants from her because she becomes his wife. Same thing. That's what marriage is. Fundamentally, that's what marriage is. Similarly, if she says, I enter myself into your ownership, or I sell myself to you, it's the same idea. If I sell my phone to you, again, it becomes in your ownership. You can do whatever you like with it. So if she's using this metaphorical terminology to say, I sell myself to you, I give myself to you, I am going to be in your ownership, all of these would be considered fine mechanisms for her to be referring to marriage. Marriage is the hukum, okay? And the hukum is something that results in, it's a type of ownership. And gifting and selling and all of this also results in a type of ownership. So again, you can use it as istihara or majaz. However, you cannot do the reverse. So we said, okay. So like if I applied this to a slave, I said, hey, I gift my slave to you, that would, or that would result in you owning the slave and you can enjoy the slave. Similarly, the wife can do the same. وملك الرقبة يوجب ملك المتعة في الإماء فكانت الهبة سببا محضا لثبوت ملك المتعة فجاز أن يستعار على النكاح وكذلك لفظ التمليك والبيع ولا تنعكس, you cannot do the reverse حتى لا تنعقد البيع والهبة بلفظ النكاح. So if you say if you were to say I marry my phone to you, okay, that's not going to result in you owning the phone. Yeah. So you can go in one direction, but you can't go in the other direction. So if I was trying to gift something or sell something, or you put it in your ownership, and I use the word marriage, that wouldn't work. But if I wanted to marry and I use the word gift or sell or own, that would work. So again, sabab to musabab works, musabab to sabab does not work. Okay. Let's go to the next section. متى لا يحتاج إلى النية.
ثم في كل موضع يكون المحل متعينا لنوع المجاز لا يحتاج فيه إلى النية.
Okay, so the question is, what is the question? When is intention required? Oh, okay. That's what this is talking about. Here's the issue. Here's the issue. Last class, I think we talked about this, or the time before. There was a difference between the way that Abu Hanifa and the Sahibain looked at Haqiqa and Majaz. Can someone remind me what that difference is? The way that they treated, if I make a statement, a sentence, and I use Majaz in it, what was the difference between how Abu Hanifa treated it and how the Sahibain treated it? Abu Yusuf and Muhammad. There's something that the Sahibain care about that Abu Hanifa doesn't care about. Do you remember that? When a majaz is used in a sentence, the way Abu Hanifa looks at it is as if he just goes straight to the majaz meaning. So if I say, I will not, if I say to, like, or the example was, let's use the example that was in the book before. The example was a person says to their slave who's older than them, you are my son. Abu Hanifa just translates that to like, you're free, and it's done. Okay, he just looks at it and he just translates it. Whereas Imam Muhammad and Abu Yusuf, they need the haqiqa meaning to make sense before they apply the majaz meaning. So they're going to look at it and say, nope, that's not possible. The slave cannot be your son if the slave is older than you. Therefore, the haqiqa meaning cannot be true, so we're not even going to apply the majaz meaning. This is nonsense. And they just ignore it, and the slave is not freed. So that was the fundamental difference between Abu Hanifa and the two students. Abu Hanifa would always look to see if the haqiqa meaning can make sense before he actually applies the majaz meaning, the hukum of the majaz. Whereas Imam Muhammad and Abu Yusuf, Abu Hanifa doesn't care about the haqiqa meaning, goes straight to the majaz. The two students always try to see if the haqiqa makes sense and can make sense before they apply the majaz, right? That's the fundamental difference. So the question that's happening here is, the first question is, so like when is the niyyah required? And what we're saying is, we're saying the niyyah is not required. Like the niyyah meaning, do you need to intend the haqiqa versus the majaz? Like because it can have a haqiqa meaning or a majaz meaning. Do you need to have an intention? And we say, no, the intention doesn't matter. The intention doesn't matter because the majaz is being used. And like for example, if I divorce my wife and I say, you are free, like, do I need an intention? Or if let's pick the simple example. The woman comes up to the man and she says, I sell myself to you. Does she need to have the intention of marriage? And we're saying, no, the intention doesn't really matter because you've already used words that are clear enough. We're like, wait, this isn't making a lot of sense, the two students of Imam Abu Hanifa. You guys have a condition that says the haqiqa meaning needs to make sense before the majaz meaning makes sense. The woman comes up to you and she says, I am giving myself to you in ownership. Can a free person turn themselves into a slave and say, I give myself up so that you own me? Is that haqiqa-wise, is that possible?
Can you repeat that, Sheikh?
Can a free person choose to become a slave?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Neither can the free person, the free person can't just become a slave, and you can't just turn a free person into a slave. I can't just be like, Zainab, you're my slave now. I'm going to steal you, you're my slave. It doesn't work like that. It has to be like a prisoner of war. There's means to get to having a slave ownership, right? If you're already a slave, I could buy you. right? Or if I capture you in a prisoner of war, I could turn you into a slave. But I can't just like steal somebody and turn them into a slave. That's not a thing. Okay? As a Muslim, I cannot do that. I cannot just turn someone into a slave. So the question becomes, if the woman goes up and she says, I sell myself to you, as a free person, she's not allowed to sell herself. If she says, I'm going to put myself in your ownership, again, haqiqah perspective, she's not able to do that. Or she says, I'm going to, you can own me, right? Like, again, from a haqiqah perspective, that's not possible. Majazan, it's fine. What she's trying to say, I will marry you, right? Majazan, the words are not a problem. Haqiqah-wise, the words are a problem. But the rule we learned for Abu Yusuf and Muhammad was, if the haqiqah words are a problem, if the haqiqah existence is a problem, then the majaz cannot happen. So she's not allowed to sell herself or gift herself or put herself in the ownership of another person, because haqiqah-wise, that would mean she's becoming a slave. So if the haqiqah can't happen, how could the majaz happen? Do you see the problem here? This is based on that rule that Abu Yusuf and Muhammad have. And so that's the question that's being asked. Okay, continue reading, please. How do we answer this question?
لا يقال ولما كان إمكان الحقيقة شرطا لصحة المجاز عندهما كيف يصار إلى المجاز في صورة النكاح بلفظ الهبة مع أن تمليك الحرة بالبيع والهبة محال.
Exactly. This is the problem. لا يقال ولما كان إمكان الحقيقة شرطا لصحة المجاز عندهما. عندهما meaning who?
Abu Yusuf.
Yes. So what we've said before is إمكان الحقيقة, the possibility of the haqiqah happening. شرطا is a condition لصحة المجاز, for us to accept the majaz meaning عندهما, right? We already talked about this condition like a chapter ago or something like that. إمكان الحقيقة شرط لصحة المجاز عندهما. Okay. كيف يصار إلى المجاز في صورة النكاح بلفظ الهبة مع أن تمليك الحرة بالبيع والهبة محال. So then how are we saying كيف يصار إلى المجاز? How are you accepting this metaphor في صورة النكاح for marriage بلفظ الهبة, by talking about gifting, مع أن تمليك الحرة بالبيع والهبة محال? Because this type of ownership and selling and gifting, you're not allowed to do. What's the answer to this question? لأننا
نقول ذلك ممكن في الجملة بأن ارتدت ولحقت بدار الحرب ثم سبيت وصار هذا نظير مس السماء وأخواته.
Okay, so here's our answer to the question, okay? There's always an answer to the question. We're saying you're not allowed to sell yourself. You're not allowed to give yourself up in ownership. None of these haqiqahs are possible. So the majaz shouldn't be possible according to Abu Yusuf Muhammad. But لأننا نقول ذلك ممكن. This is possible. Because what could happen is irtaddat. She could apostate. So it's possible that she gives up Islam. وَلَحِقَتْ بِدَارِ الْحَرْبِ. And then she goes to the non-Muslims and she joins their army. Or she, whatever, like she just joins the non-Muslims. And then we get into a bidar al-harbi, and then we get into a war situation. And then we capture her as a prisoner of war. And then she becomes a slave. And then if she becomes a slave, then she can say like, hey, I offer myself as a gift to you and all of this stuff, right? So it's theoretically possible that she gives up Islam, joins those other people, and then we capture her, and then we turn her into a slave, and then all of this is valid. So yes, we're actually okay with the condition of Abu Yusuf and Muhammad. From a haqiqah perspective, she could transfer ownership, and therefore it's going to be fine. A little bit far-fetched there, but it's technically possible, theoretically possible, okay? And then to add to this, in case that wasn't enough for you, okay, this is just like if I make an oath that I'm going to I'm going to touch the sky. I make an oath that I'm going to touch the sky. Am I held liable for that oath? Do I have to pay kafaratul yameen if I don't meet that oath? let me ask you a different question. If I make an oath, let's go to fiqh for a second. If I make an oath that I'm going to do something, and that something is impossible, okay, that something is impossible, do I have to pay kafaratul yameen when I don't fulfill that oath? So let's just start there.
No.
No, I don't. Okay. So if I say something that's impossible, I make an oath, I'm going to do something, and that thing is impossible. Obviously, I'm not going to fulfill that vow. I'm not going to fulfill that oath. Therefore, I will break it, but I don't have to pay kafaratul yameen. What if I say I'm going to touch the sky? Do I have to pay kafaratul yameen? I make an oath, I'm going to touch the sky.
No.
You would think the answer is no, but the answer is yes. And the reason the answer is yes is because touching the sky is something that could be possible through a miracle. So things that could be possible through miracles, I do have to pick up. Things that are just impossible, period, I don't have to pick up. So what we're saying is, first of all, you can like argue about that, and that's great. Wait, what do you mean by miracle? What's possible through a miracle? What's not possible through a miracle? All of this stuff. Great. You can argue all that. I'll tell you honestly, it's not gonna be much of an argument with me. I just don't believe in miracles. Like I don't believe in that kind of thing. I believe miracles happen to the prophets. Okay, I believe there were mu'jizat with the prophets, but I don't believe that with human beings there are miracles. I do believe there's barakah. I do believe there's like karamat and things like that happen, but there's no miracles. So I don't believe in this touching the sky business. I don't think anyone touches the sky. I don't think it happens. I don't think it's possible. Like, could Allah do anything He wants? Yes, Allah can do anything He wants. Is Allah ever going to enable me to touch the sky? No, He's just not going to do it. Okay, so I don't buy that. But what the book is arguing here is touching the sky is possible through a miracle. Wa akhawatihi, and like other things like that, other things that are possible through miracles. So things that are possible, you have to pay kafaratul yameen. That's what we're talking about. And so all we're trying to say is, look, just like we're kind of like stretching ourselves to say you can touch the sky through a miracle. It's the same kind of stretching to say like, well, yeah, well, she could apostate, and then she could go to the other side, and then she could get captured, and then become a slave, and then this and that and that. So you can like, yes, it's as possible as touching the sky, really. We're kind of putting it in that same category.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't it sound like it's a justification for a contradiction that came up?
Thank you. Yes. Here's my view on it, okay? Usul al-fiqh is a human science. Even non-human sciences. Okay, let's take a step back. What is science? Science is like a human invention. All sciences, physical sciences, social sciences, Islamic sciences, these are all human-created explanations for what we observe or things that we derive. So we've noticed that every time we throw a ball up in the air, it falls back down. I don't know if any one of you have ever run into a situation where you threw a ball in the air and it just stayed there and it never came back down. Okay, and so we tend to observe, can Allah keep the ball in the air? Allah can keep the ball in the air. Is Allah going to keep the ball up in the air? I don't think so. Like, I mean, Allah's nature is that He's created something which we call the law of gravity, right? And the law of gravity is like something that can be measured, and it causes things to accelerate up to 9 meters per second squared, and and there's a gravitational constant which explains gravity, and there's a little g and a big G, and there's all this stuff you can explain around gravity. But those are all scientific rules that we created. Allah just made it so things fall back down to Earth. And that gravity is less on the moon, and it's a little bit lesser on Mars than Earth, but more than the moon, and so on and so forth. But It's just an explanation that we have. Hey, look, when we throw things up in the air, they fall back down. We can explain a lot of things by thinking that matter consists of atoms, and atoms consist of nuclei, and they have protons and neutrons, and then they have electrons that revolve around them, and they have valences and orbits and all of this stuff. Great. It can explain something. However, that explanation of sometimes like something's a wave, sometimes it's a particle, sometimes it's this, those explanations fall apart. Newtonian mechanics of physics fall apart when we start going really fast, like the speed of light. Newtonian physics also falls apart when you have big objects in gravity. Gravity starts bending light. You're like, what the heck just happened? Like I had these equations for gravity. Now those equations, I don't know how to apply them to light. So you need like Einstein to explain that. You need Galileo for some things. We don't have a perfect model that explains everything. So things fall apart, right? There's inconsistency even within science. By the way, just because we observe, things behave like atoms with protons, neutrons, electrons, doesn't mean that they're actually atoms. Does it mean there's actually protons, neutrons, electrons? I don't know. Maybe there are, maybe there aren't. But the explanation certainly seems to work. It explains how bonds form and how chemicals come together and, covalent bonds and blah, blah, blah. We can explain a lot of things. So it makes sense to us because it explains a lot. But how does it actually work? And is that the actual rule? Or is there a better rule we could have put in place that Allah has that we don't completely understand? Science was created by Allah, not science, but the natural laws were created by Allah, right? How gravity works, how matter works, how energy works, how all this stuff works. I'm thinking of physics, you can think of anything else. Chemistry is a subset of physics anyway. But Allah created a system and we explain it through these terms. Similarly, fiqh itself, we're assuming there's a system and we created a science that explains fiqh. And it's a human science, and we're trying to explain everything through it. But there are edges and cases where we can't explain it. And we're like, well, maybe, maybe it's not a perfect explanation. Maybe there's some exception to it. And one thing we could have said was, one way to explain this would be to say, oh, it's just an exception to the rule. That would be one way to explain it. But the way that we're explaining it is we're saying, well, there's a justification for it. It's a little bit of a stretchy justification, but it's a justification for it. So a lot of what we find in the books of Usul al-Fiqh is there is a justification for something, and maybe the justification is convincing to you. I'll tell you honestly, the justification is not always convincing to me personally. And maybe there's multiple ways to explain. Maybe Imam Abu Yusuf and Imam Muhammad's rule can be explained some other way, and we just didn't think about it. That's possible. It's also possible their rule is wrong. Right? I mean, they're fallible, they're human beings. They also disagree with Abu Hanifa. So either Abu Hanifa's right or they're right. Or maybe none of them's right. Or maybe they're both right and there's an explanation, right? So I'm leaving all those possibilities there. Maybe one of them is more right than the other. Maybe neither one of them is right, and these rules work 90% of the time. Just like science. When we think of things as atoms, like we can explain a lot, like 90% of the time, and 10% of the time, we have no idea what's going on. Right? And I'm just making those percentages up. So if it explains things most of the time, it's a good enough rule. Just don't assume perfection. It's not a rule of Allah. It's a rule of a human being, a rule of a madhab, a rule of fiqh. But sometimes we just want to really want to justify it because we find the justifications there. Any questions on that? I think this is a fundamental difference between how some people might teach usul and they teach usul and they say this is like divine. But I want to be very clear with you guys is when we're studying usul, I don't want you to dismiss the usul. I don't want you to throw it out the window and be like, all of usul are bogus because they're human made. Well, then all of science is bogus because it's human made. Are you just going to throw all of it out the window? If we did, we wouldn't be able to have technology. We wouldn't be able to have Zoom. We wouldn't be able to talk right now. There's a lot of benefit to having usul. There's a lot of benefit. And the vast, vast majority of the time, the usul that have been derived, I don't want to even use the word created, the usul that have been derived, they do work, right? The vast, vast majority of the time they work. That's why we created these usul. These are rules that seem to work almost all of the time. Just like in science, the rules that we've created seem to work almost all of the time, but there are edge cases where they don't always work. Okay, and so know that there's limitations to human sciences, and usul al-fiqh is a human science. The Sharia is perfect. It is consistent. It's always going to be perfect, no doubt about it. But our understanding of it will always be imperfect. We will never get to the point where we know all of science, and we will never get to the point where we know all of Allah's usul al-Sharia. We don't have His wisdom. We can only guess why Maghrib is 3 rak'ah. Are we actually going to be sure that we know it is 3 rak'ah? No, we can ask Allah like someday when we meet Him, inshallah. Like we're not going to find out here. We're only guessing. Okay. Any other questions on majaz or haqiqa or isti'ara or sabab or musabbab or illa or ma'lul or any of this stuff or any of the examples before we take a break and move on to sarih and kinaya? Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break and be back at 9:10, inshallah. Okay, Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. Let's see if we can somehow do the first 2 pages of, actually, my book. I don't have the English one. Sarih and Kinaya. Zainab, if we can continue. Faslun fi Sarih wal Kinayati. So before we start that, someone remind me like what you've studied about Sarih and Kinaya. Like what's the difference between Sarih and Kinaya? You've done this in the chapter of Talaq, right?
So sarih is like something explicit. Kinaya is like ambiguous.
Yeah, so sarih is when you know what your intention is. It's very clear what you're trying to achieve. And kinaya is like, I don't really know what you mean. Did you mean this or did you mean that? So sarih would be if I say, I divorce you. Okay, that's very clear. Kinaya would be I say, go to your father's house. And then it's like, wait, as in like, because you're upset, you just want me to go there for 3 hours? Or you're saying like, no, leave my house, go to your father's house, you're divorced. Like, what does that mean? So sarih results in what type of divorce and kinaya results in what type of divorce?
عند الصريح بصوت طلاق بائن.
Sarih results in talaq raj'i. In kinaya results in talaq ba'in. So help me understand that because that sounds pretty confusing. If I said very clearly you are divorced, it's a revocable divorce. It's a lesser divorce. But if I say go to your father's house, and that results in divorce, it's talaq ba'in, where like it's irrevocable divorce. I can't take you back. Why is the more explicit wording resulting in a lesser divorce and the less explicit wording resulting in the bigger divorce? How does that make sense?
Does it have to do with trying to minimize harm?
Okay, explain.
So if you're explicit, maybe the husband might reconcile
Okay,
during the idda period.
right. But why is he not allowed to reconcile if he was less explicit in his wording? Does this seem weird to anyone? I struggled with this when I studied it. Like, wait, the more explicit one results in raj'i, and the less explicit one where like it's not even clear.
Is it because kinaya you need like an intention?
Yes. So here's what happens. With talaq raj'i, all you have, let's start with sarih. With sarih wording, I divorce you. All you have is words. The intention doesn't even count, right? You don't even care about when the words are clear like that. You don't even ask about the intention. The words are clear. Talaq raj'i immediately takes place. What happens with kinaya is when you say something like go to your father's house, you don't know what was meant. So then you go ask the man and you say, hey, dude, you said go to my father's house. What did you mean by that? He says, oh yeah, I'm just really upset right now. I just need a break. Like go for 2 hours. Okay, that's not a divorce at all, right? He says, yeah, I'm so upset. Like I can't take this right now. I'm divorcing you and I need you to get out of here, right? That's what that meant. So now what happened is not only do you have words of divorce, but you have clear intention. The words plus intention are more powerful than just what we had with sarih, which was words alone. So the only reason kinaya became divorce was you actually had to go ask. It wasn't just words. You had to go ask. And then you said, can you tell me what you mean by this? And then you explain it. So now there's words plus intention, and that makes a powerful combination. versus just the words, okay? So sarih results in raj'i, and kinaya results once you've clarified the intention. Also remember, kinaya, when you ask the intention, you can be like, my intention wasn't divorce. So it's nothing. There's no divorce at all. With sarih, there has to be a divorce, right? With kinaya, the intention matters. So you could have said, nope, there's no divorce. Or you could have said, yes, I meant divorce. And if you said yes, the words and the intention have both become clear. That results in talaq ba'in. Okay? So always ask these questions when things don't make sense to your fiqh teacher, usually Sheikh Farhan, to make sure that he's explaining it to you, because sometimes these things can be confusing. Okay, let's go ahead. تعريف الصريح.
تعريف الصريح لفظ يكون المراد به ظاهرا كقوله بعت واشتريت وأمثاله وحكمه.
صريح has clear words, like it's the murad is ظاهر. بعت, I sold it, واشتريت, I bought it, وأمثاله, and words like it. It's very clear, you know what happened. Okay,
وحكمه أنه يوجب ثبوت معناه بأي طريق كان من إخبار أو نعت أو نداء ومن حكمه أنه يستغني عن النية.
Okay, so we're saying like the wording here, it doesn't really matter the exact grammatical form that I used. So whether I say I divorced you, or I say you are divorced, or I say oh divorced one, that would be nida, right? So ikhbar, I divorced you, right? Ikhbar. Not oh you divorce, no, not would be like you are divorced, okay? So I'm giving you a sifa, right? Not. أو نداء, I could say, oh, you divorced me, right? ومن حكمه أنه يستغني عن النية, and it's independent of the niyyah. The niyyah doesn't matter. The words were clear. It could have been any of these grammatical ways. It doesn't matter. You apply the hukum, okay? The niyyah doesn't matter. That's the hukum. The niyyah doesn't matter.
مثاله وعلى هذا قلنا إذا قال لامرأته أنت طالق أو طلقتك أو يا طالق يقع الطلاق نوى به الطلاق أو لم ينوي.
So it doesn't matter. نوى به الطلاق أو لم ينوي. Doesn't matter what you intended. If you said to your wife أنت طالق, you are divorced. This is the إخبار. أو طلقتك أو يا طالق, like you're doing nida. Whatever way you use it, all of those will result in divorce. Those are all clear, sarih, explicit wordings. وكذا لو قال لعبده
أنت حر أو حررتك أو يا حر.
Same deal, right? All of the same stuff. وعلى هذا
قلنا إن التيمم يفيد الطهارة لأن قوله تعالى ولكن يريد ليطهركم به صريح في حصول الطهارة به.
Okay, so we've talked about sarih in the context of talaq. Now we're talking about sarih in the context of tayammum. So Allah says in the Quran, after explaining to us that tayammum, he gives us a whole verse of tayammum, right? He goes through detail about tayammum, and then after explaining tayammum, Allah says, وَلَكِنْ يُرِيدُ لِيُطَهِّرَكُمْ بِهِ. What Allah wants, Allah says in the ayah, Allah says, Allah does not want haraj for you, and Allah does not want difficulty for you. وَلَكِنْ يُرِيدُ لِيُطَهِّرَكُمْ. But Allah wants you to be clean. Allah doesn't want to put you into hardship. He doesn't want to make things hard for you, but He does want you to be clean. So what He's making clear is tayammum results in you being clean. Okay, He talks about tayammum, then He talks about this, then He says, وَلَكِنْ يُرِيدُ لِيُطَهِّرَكُمْ بِهِ. So it's sarih, it's explicit, في حصول الطهارة به. What's به? What is the ha referring to? The ha al-kinaya. Tayammum. So tayammum, Allah says, you will achieve. What we're saying is, وَلَكِنْ يُرِيدُ لِيُطَهِّرَكُمْ بِهِ is clear that you will become tahir if you do tayammum. You will achieve purity. Now, logically, that may not make a lot of sense. You didn't take, water is purifying, right? You take water, you wash yourself with it, you're like, okay, I can see how this is cleaning myself. Now, it all may not make sense that, why did I lose my wudu by releasing air, and then now I'm washing myself to get the wudu back. The whole thing may not make logical sense, but at least you understand the point that water is a purifying substance. And we've studied a whole chapter on water, right? At least once, multiple times, different books. And we talk about what's purifying water, what's pure water, and when is water pure, and all of this stuff, right? We've studied water so much. We know water is purifying. Now you go and you say you take like sand and soil and does that purify you? Right? Like it's not a purifying substance. But Allah says, وَلَكِنْ يُرِيدُ لِيُطَهِّرَكُمْ بِهِ. So we believe Allah and we know it's sarih because we will say, you know what? Even though this doesn't make logical sense to us, tayammum does purify us. It is purification. Okay? However, despite us feeling that way, despite us saying, us being in this book, Hanafis, that tayammum results in being in a state of tahara, that is not what Imam al-Shafi'i says. So madhab Imam al-Shafi'i.
وللشافعي رحمه الله فيه قولان أحدهما أنه طهارة ضرورية والآخر أنه ليس بطهارة بل هو ساتر للحدث.
Okay, so there's two opinions for Imam al-Shafi'i in his madhab. And one of those opinions is not that the tahara is purifying you, but it's only being done as a case of necessity. So you know how in the case of necessity, if you have to eat pork, the pork is not halal, but you're allowed to eat it. It doesn't change the fact that it's still halal. Okay. So what we're saying is that the tayammum, with Imam Shafi'i, one opinion from the madhab is that the tayammum doesn't actually get you pure. It's just a necessity, it's a substitute that you're doing because of necessity, but it doesn't actually purify you, but it will serve as a substitute. وَالْآخَرُ أَنَّهُ لَيْسَ بِطَهَارَةٍ بَلْ هُوَ سَاتِرٌ لِلْحَدَثِ. And that the second opinion is that not even that, but like actually it doesn't purify you, okay? It just covers up the impurity. It doesn't actually purify it, but it covers it up. So it's good enough for certain purposes, but it's not the same as doing wudu. And so there's going to be some ruling differences, and we're going to go through 6 of these now. There's 6 rulings where the Hanafis and the Shafi'is have a difference of opinion, because the Hanafis went with what they thought was sarih in the Quran, which is that tayammum makes you pure. The Shafi'is went with, no, it doesn't make you pure. It only covers an impurity. And the rulings are going to be a little bit different than wudu because of that. The Hanafis are going to treat tayammum as similar to wudu, and the Shafi'is are going to treat tayammum as something different than wudu. Okay? Let's go through the examples. تخريج الأحكام على المذهبين. So these are 6 different rulings that we're going to come up with based on the differences between the madhabs.
وعلى هذا يخرج المسائل على المذهبين من جوازه قبل الوقت.
Okay.
وأداء.
Pause there. We'll take it one by one. So now the fiqh rulings are going to differ into 2 madhabs, the Hanafi madhab and the Shafi'i madhab. من جوازه قبل الوقت. So the first one is its permissibility before the time. So because for the Shafi'is, it's only coming in due to like necessity, and it's only like a substitute, and it's not really going to purify you. You're only doing tayammum because you're going to pray. And so if the prayer time hasn't come in, you're not going to do tayammum. So unless the time for Fajr has started, I cannot do tayammum for Fajr. For the Hanafis, it's fine. I could do it in advance of the prayer time. For the Shafi'is, once the time of Fajr starts, then I can do tayammum for Fajr. But until the time for Fajr starts, I cannot do tayammum for Fajr. Okay? Number 2.
وأداء الفرضين بتيمم واحد.
Okay, so again, for the Hanafis, if I made tayammum at Dhuhr time, and I prayed my Dhuhr, and now Asr time comes, I can pray Asr. I don't have to make tayammum again. I already have. I'm in the state of tayammum, right? Unless I did something that would make me lose my tayammum. By default, I stay in the state of tayammum, just like wudu. If I make wudu, unless I lose my wudu, I can pray Dhuhr, and then I can pray Asr. So Hanafis treated the same way. I pray Dhuhr, and then I pray Asr. The Shafi'is say, no. You prayed Dhuhr, but that only was tayammum for Dhuhr. Now Asr time comes in, you got to make tayammum again for Asr. Okay, your tayammum is no longer valid once a new prayer time comes in. Okay, وإمامة
المتيمم للمتوضين.
Okay, so because again, for the Hanafis, the tayammum puts you in the state of purity, right? So if I was an imam and I was leading because I had done tayammum, but the people behind me are in a state of wudu, that's not a problem because we're all pure. We've all achieved purity. So I can be the imam. I can lead the prayer. I've done tayammum only. The people behind me, they're in a state of wudu. They're properly wudu'd. And we can do that. It's not a problem. For the Shafi'is, you know how like if I have to sit and pray, right? And I shouldn't be imam if everyone else is going to be standing, right? So because the imam shouldn't be in a weaker state than the followers. The imam should not be in a weaker state than the followers. And so the Hanafis, they're like, yeah, but he's not. They're pure, he's pure. Everyone's pure. It's not a problem. For the Shafi'is, they would see the imam who's only done tayammum as being a weaker state than the people who are following, who are all in wudu. So an imam in tayammum cannot be leading the people who are in wudu. Okay? So can't do tayammum before the prayer time, must do a fresh tayammum for every prayer, and can't lead people who are in wudu if I'm in tayammum. This is for the Shafi'is, okay? وجوازه
بدون خوف تلف النفس أو العضو بالوضوء.
Okay, so again, the bar for the Shafi'is for tayammum, because it's not true purification for them, the bar for when you can do tayammum is higher. They can only do tayammum if you fear death. Like let's say you're sick, you're doing tayammum, not because you can't find water, you do have water, but you're sick, you have some sickness, something like that. And so you're doing tayammum. You can only do tayammum if you fear death, or if you fear you're going to lose like a limb. Like, if I washed my arm's going to get so messed up that it would have to get amputated. Okay, or if I wash my feet, my legs would get amputated or something like that. That's the bar. If you're sick, for the Shafi'is, you can only do tayammum if it's like that serious, that severe. For the Hanafis, it's just like, I'm sick, it's going to make my sickness worse, I can do tayammum. The bar is lower. Okay, the bar is lower. It's like, oh, I have a cold, I have a fever, whatever. And my doctor said if I wash, and I only have cold water, and if I wash with cold water, my doctor said it's going to make my sickness worse. I'm not going to lose an arm, I'm not going to lose my life, but it's just going to make me more sick. That's good enough. Okay. وجوازه
للعيد والجنازة.
Okay, for the Hanafis, you can pray Eid prayer and Janazah prayer with tayammum. Particularly, like, let's say the Janazah is just about to stand up, right? Or the Eid prayer is just about to stand up. And you're like, if I went and did wudu, I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss this Janazah prayer. I want to catch the Janazah. I don't have the time to go make wudu. Can I quickly do tayammum and join the Janazah and the Eid prayer? And the Hanafis, the answer is yes. Because there's no substitute, there's no makeup for Janazah and Eid. So you couldn't make wudu in time, quickly do tayammum and join. The Shafi'is say, no, you cannot do tayammum, you have to do wudu, because you can make up Janazah prayers and you can make up Eid prayers for the Shafi'is. Okay. وجوازه
بنية الطهارة.
Okay, so for the Shafi'is, again, I mean, this is just a meta point. With the Shafi'is, you can't have the intention that when I make tayammum, I'm going to be pure. You're just doing it as a substitute. For the Hanafis, you can say, hey, I'm doing tayammum, and I will have reached tahara. I will be pure. So that doesn't have like much of a practical implication. It just has like a meta implication. But the first few points, the first 5, were actually fiqhi things. Can you do tayammum before the prayer time? Can you do tayammum? Can you do pray multiple fards with the same tayammum? Can you lead when you have tayammum? Can you do tayammum if you're just going to make you a little bit more sick? Can you do tayammum if you're going to miss janazah or Eid, right? So those are all fundamental differences. So you can see how this perception of how do you view tayammum, the Hanafis took it as sarih from the Quran, the Shafi'is didn't find it to be sarih from the Quran. And then once you came to this conclusion that it does purify or it doesn't purify, it results in so many other rulings that all branch off from that. Okay? So next time we will resume with Al-Kinaya. And we should be able to finish that and get into with the Qabilat, inshallah. Actually, we'll probably also go over the exam, but hopefully we can get into with the Qabilat as well. Any questions? جزاكم الله خيرا سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
Alaikum assalam.